Thank you so much for being here for our Circle of Life event. My name is Kylie, and I'm the Community Engagement Specialist at Columbia Springs. If you haven't been to our site before, I encourage you to visit. It's just off of Evergreen Highway in Vancouver, Washington. And if you haven't heard about us, Columbia Springs helps tens of thousands of children and their families to find belonging in and love for nature each year. We build a community of lifelong learners and land stewards through our educational opportunities, walking trails, events, and workshops, which are open to all. Located on a 100-acre historic site in the city of Vancouver, Columbia Springs is a natural gem in an urban environment, providing cutting-edge environmental education close to your home. To learn more, please visit our website at www.columbiasprings.org. So now let's talk about Chum salmon. This afternoon, we will have a wonderful lineup planned for you all. This will include a blessing of the salmon by Sam Robinson of the Chinook tribe, interviews from the people who have protected the Woods Landing spawning site, an inside look into the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife program supporting the Columbia River Chum salmon, and plenty of up-close salmon encounters. And with that, I am going to get started. We are going to turn it over to Catherine Corey, the Executive Director here at Columbia Springs, who will say a few words.
You would think by now I would get used to that whole unmute thing from Zoom. Thank you, Kylie. I'd like to start by acknowledging the Indigenous peoples of this land who were the first stewards of salmon and the ecology of the Pacific Northwest. And I invite you to remember that wherever you are on Native land. I'd also like to thank the Wood family and everyone else who made this possible. We've had a ton of fun putting this together, and we are so honored to be a part of this really wonderful event that happens every year. Thanks, Kylie.
Right, thank you so much, Catherine. And now we are going to start off with a salmon blessing. I'm going to turn it over to Sam Robinson, the Vice Chair of the Chinook Nation, who will be blessing the spawning chum salmon at Woods Landing.
Tillicum Tai Shicks, Tillicum Tai Shicks, Tillicum Tai Shicks, Tillicum Tai Shicks, a greeting that you would hear in our plank houses. Tillicum, people, Tai, headsmen, headswomen, people with power, and Shicks, friends. It's great to be here today, to honor our chum friends down here that are doing their work, and they're very active today. So it's a beautiful day to be down here to see them. And, I dearly miss all of you, and I wish that we all could be together again. I look forward to that day where we can come together. It's been a tough 2 years for Chinook, no canoe journeys and so on, so we're hoping that we're pulling out of this here pretty soon. My canoe is itching to get out on the water. So, but I'll start us out today with a blessing song to bless all of you during these hard times, and to bless our friends down here that are doing this wonderful work down here for us. And then to thank the Creator too for that rain that He brought us. It never stopped, but once that rain came in, the fish started moving, and it was a wonderful day. So. Ho, 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 hey, ho, 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 hey, ho, 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 Blues was good. You know, I truly do miss our conversations, you know, and all the, you know, the great friendship and hospitality being shared. And I'm hoping that this will all change over and everything will get better. I think things are getting a bit better. You know, so with that, I just want to offer another song that I'm sure you're familiar with, and that would be The Changer. And we're going to ask him to come in here and get this taken care of. So, Dokwe Boss, The Changer. Oh, we, oh, we, oh, oh, we, oh, we, oh, we, oh, we, So with that being said, like I said, I miss all of you. I look forward to the day that I can give you hugs and handshakes and that we can be together again. And I just say, have a lovely day. And you get the opportunity to come down and look at these fine, thin friends of ours and the work they're doing and for their future generations. I just raise my hands to them and thanks for their work as well. So I am Asi.
where every tributary meets the Columbia River at the confluences with the Columbia, there were typically winter villages. Our people on the Columbia River Plateau wintered in canyons and sheltered, protected areas. And frequently, the villages along the Columbia River would be exposed to a lot of wind. But in the pre-dam Columbia River, those villages were in canyons where the tributary met the Columbia. It was a canyon typically, Juniper Canyon, where it comes into the Columbia, Umatilla, Willow Creek, all the way down the river. Waterways, the Deschutes, the John Day, come through canyons to the Columbia. And those canyons were where we lived, where we were out of the wind and where it was a little bit warmer in the winter, where there was fresh water for horses and people, and where we could survive on our foods that we'd gathered from spring till fall. So that seasonal lifestyle put us in contact with all of our relatives and our neighboring tribes at different times of the year at different locations. So our knowledge of the Columbia River Plateau was a collective communal knowledge from everyone's travels. When they went east, west, north, and south, when we went east, west, north, and south, when we gathered by the hordes at the Celilo Falls region, people gathered there historically before contact with white people by the thousands when the fish ran. And the pre-dam Columbia River estimates for most scientists for salmon were annually 1 million to 2.5 million, at the most 5 million. But Oregon State University scientists who've used the Lewis and Clark journals to extrapolate and reapply that data suggest that the pre-dam Columbia River fishery was 15 to 20 million fish. So when our oral histories say that you could cross the river on the backs of fish, and when my mother describes the times of low water in the river, when you could cross the river on horseback or on foot through the islands and through the rocks and in low water, or swimming horses across, that it was, you take that low river water level or elevation and combine that with that many millions of fish coming back up the river, swimming all the way to Canada, to the origin of the river, you can easily see that the oral histories were true, that they did cross the river on the backs of salmon in spawning season in October, the same time of year Lewis and Clark arrived, and didn't understand anadromous fish and wondered why the fish were dying and thought they might be poisoned or something. So these confluences were home sites. These places on the river were occupied for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. And they were along the river that had the richest salmon fishery in the West. So Celilo was the Wall Street of the West. Anything that could be in trade in the West, Spanish helmets, might be obtained at any given time if it was in the network at Celilo. And so it's the Columbia River's history before dams is a much richer, fuller reflection of our people's food sources and lifeways and songs and medical and medicinal and spiritual practices. All of that was very much alive on the Columbia River.
Their colors are great, their teeth are great, they're extremely tough and extremely determined. They've got a life history strategy that takes advantage of unpredictable natural cycles.
They say if you take all the little fingerlings from the different kinds of salmon and put them in a bucket The last ones you would catch are the chum. They are so good at avoiding and disguising. When they go out to the ocean, when they hatch sometime between February and April, they go out at night with a bunch of them together so they look like a big fish so the predators don't get them. And I think people are fascinated with how intelligent they are. And how can a 2-inch fish go out to the ocean and then find its way back 4 or 5 years later and come back and spawn? It's just astounding.
To the place of their birthplace. You know, it's not like they went to some other stream. They come back to their birthplace to spawn. It's amazing.
And watching them spawning is just...
I can barely use my GPS.
The determination can be seen with the fact that they're the last adult salmon that come into the freshwater system in a adult spawning season, and their juvenile young are the first to leave the system. So we call that the first in, first out system, and I think that's special because it just shows that they mean business. You know?
So when my father passed away in 2001, the Fish and Wildlife approached our family and told us how important this site was, and we needed to do whatever it took to preserve the thing. So we were pretty inexperienced about this. We didn't know quite what to do. So we tried to think of what agencies might be involved. There's like Nature Conservancy and EcoTrust and some that we sort of had worked with on some other things before. And Columbia Land Trust was this kind of a new organization here in Vancouver. And so I don't know which one of us got a hold of them, and Glenn Lamb really was fascinated by the entire project. So this is one of their early projects. And they said they could get federal grant money to pay for the property.
And at that time,
To save it.
Brian Baird was one of the U.S. Congress people from Washington. So we had all of the Native American tribes and the fish and wildlife biologists and everybody else writing letters because the developer who bought the property wanted to cut down all the western red cedars and develop it. The developer tried to cut the trees down. Everybody fought it, so the city said no. He tried it again with a different reason. The city said no. Tried it a third time, and he was going to do Olympic-sized badminton and tennis court or something like that. They said, no, you have plenty of cleared land. You can do it, you can't. And he finally realized, I think, that he had annoyed the city enough and he had so many people against his developing it that if he was ever going to get another project approved by the city, he would never get it because the T wasn't crossed or the I wasn't dotted or whatever. And so he said, fine, you can buy it. And he doubled the price from $1 million to $2 million, gave us a year to raise the money. And this was in 2004 that he did that. March 1st, 2005, we got the title. There were hundreds who wrote letters. There were hundreds who donated. The community saved it.
They're the people that we want to thank by having this event.
We started out with maybe 50, 75 people. Now there can be 200 to 400. So it's everybody's celebrating and everybody's environmentally interested. So it's like everybody's friends, even if you haven't met, and their family, even if they do, if we have met. And this will be a welcome with virtual hugs, and you bring your own salmon.
Pacific salmon have been the food base for much of what lives in the watershed, so much so that they're often called a keystone species. Now, I don't know how many of you may have been aware that as many as 137 other species are documented as being dependent upon salmon. 41 are mammals, including orcas. Now, this is another thing I don't know very many people know about the southern pod of orcas that are so threatened. Their primary food source is salmon coming from the Columbia River. So things that we do right here at home in the Columbia watershed are critical to species like orcas, bears, river otters, 89 species of birds, including bald eagles, Caspian terns, and grebes, also reptiles and amphibians. Human societies were built and sustained since time immemorial that depend on salmon. So the typical life cycle of these fish, just to review, as shown on this chart. And historically, of course, they're born in spawning gravels along every major tributary and many smaller streams throughout the huge Columbia River watershed. And after some time rearing in their freshwater rivers, they head to the mouth of the Columbia, where they acclimatize to saltwater and begin their ocean voyage. Now, salmon from the Columbia River can travel thousands of miles over the several years in the ocean phase of their lives, extending all the way to Southeast Alaska. This map gives a little bit of an example of where they go. This is truly one of the great migrations of the world. And frankly, for a lot of us, I know the part that makes it seem most stunning is that they find their way back to the Columbia, acclimatize back again to be a freshwater species, and make their way back to the same spawning gravels where they were born to repeat the cycle. So the trouble is that in the last couple of hundred years, Columbia River salmon stocks have plummeted from millions and millions of salmon to tens of thousands, or in some cases, even complete extinction. And that's due to the combined impacts of dams. This is Bonneville Dam here. Also harvests, habitat loss, and changes in ocean conditions. Loss of salmon would be devastating to so much life in the Northwest and beyond. And this is the chart that just sort of shows over the last couple hundred years how we've gone from millions and tens of millions down to tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. So we need to do whatever we can to help them out. And fast forward to a day in 2001 when I received a phone call from a woman named Mary Wood telling me that her father had recently passed away. Now, I knew him because just a few years before this call, he had walked into my office telling me that he wanted to donate a property for conservation, which he did while he was still alive. But now that he was gone, other property that he owned was subject to disposition of his estate. And this other property is shown, it's the starred property that's right there in the middle, that the icon, the cursor is circling there. So what I didn't know was that that property within the city limits of Vancouver, Washington, and there you can see that's the property in yellow, and that's the I-205 bridge just off to the left. This property was inside the city limits near Interstate 205 bridge. And Mary Wood told me on the phone that, unknown to almost anyone, one of the most vital populations of chum salmon in the entire Columbia River basin still spawned right there in the Columbia River, where fresh springs emanate right from the shore. So as you can see to the property just to the east, that's very highly zoned. It could be very densely populated. And it could even have a marina. And if that were to happen on this property, it would surely wipe out one of the very last thriving chum populations. So you see, one of the things that was also unique about this property is that there are springs that pop out right at the spawning gravels. And the integrity of the land and the springs was all tied together for salmon survival. And to make a long story short, this family ended up donating much of the land to Columbia Land Trust to protect the fish habitat. And for nearly 20 years now, we have managed that land to stay undeveloped. And in addition, we've removed aggressive plants not native to the area and planted native plants.
It was all written now in environmental protection, so none of it will be developed or changed, or there won't be a ton of houses or anything else all the way along. The fish are still coming back. Why shouldn't we thank people for saving them? It's you don't want to just say, oh, the fish are coming back, let's ignore them, because each generation needs to know how important it is
I think if you don't reinforce it on a fairly regular basis, it may get forgotten. Or little by little, but not overnight. But by renewing it every year, it keeps the enthusiasm up and makes sure that the chum are saved.
And it changes people's perspectives about saving other things or picking up trash or, using water or, any of a myriad number of things. Mimsy Marsh across the road was also saved just shortly before we saved our space because they were going to develop it and build condos in the marsh. And that was fought. So you need to keep reminding people it is possible to override the greediness of a contractor or developer or whoever it is by the needs of the fish and the animals and the trees and the water that we need to live.
We need to keep the balance. Yeah.
My name is Adam and I'm a fish hatchery specialist at Vancouver Hatchery. When this program started after the listing in the late 90s, it was determined that some of the populations in the lower Columbia here of chum were sort of going to make it and some weren't. We're dealing with some long-term impacts of overfishing that sort of finished up in the 1950s. There's quite a bit of predation from introduced species like the northern pike minnow, some warm water species like bass, where as these fish quickly migrate toward the mouth of the river out in the saltwater estuaries to finish out, they're actually a little undersized compared to other salmon species. So that leaves them susceptible to predation on the way out. Another reason that these fish are sort of hurt over time is that their spawning grounds are being impacted by the dams. So there's some channelization that's occurred in the lower Columbia where the wetlands that existed when major floods would happen maybe don't exist anymore with urbanization. So the goal of this hatchery program is to supplement the natural reproduction going on here at the Woods property. And the goal of the program is to make sure that it remains viable into the future. And at least as far as the most recent assessment in 2017, it is still viable and it looks good into the future. And some of that probably has to do with the hatchery program.
What we're going to do is lay the fish down, read the tag numbers with that they put in on the river when they brought them to me. And then from there, we're going to take weights and then we'll start our spawn. 97. And we take the females and then we're going to split them up. So for instance, we're going to take this female, we're going to sample her eggs, that way we know what her fecundity is, meaning how many eggs was she carrying. And then from there, we're going to measure up, take those eggs and split it 3 ways. And that way, when we bring our males in, one of these males will be split 3 ways with the female. That way, genetics are being mixed. And it's a safety buffer for us too. Say one of these males' milt is not good. Well, at least the next male that spawned with that female, his milt was good. So the last part of the spawn is now we're going to lay these eggs in the tray. And these are what our trays look like. Basically, there's a little container in each tray with screens on it that will hold the eggs. Water comes down from this trough at 7 gallons per minute. Very low water. This is enough to keep oxygen and water moving through them. And this is where they'll sit until they eye up. And then what I'll do later on is probably within 2 months or a month and a half, I'll look for the eyes. And once they're eyed up, I'll shock. And that means you bounce them. We'll empty out this trough and we'll fill them up in one of these metal containers and dump them in there so they bounce. And that means they shock them. So that breaks the yolk inside to start the process. And then I'll pick out the dead eggs. And then what we do is we take them down to the Vancouver Hatchery and hatch them out there because the water's warmer. And I can get them to hatch quicker with that warmer water. And plus, they feed better and grow better down there versus having them up here in this cold water.
Eggs are transported from Washougal Hatchery after they're picked for viable eggs. So they're hand-picked, the chum eggs are hand-picked, and all of the mortality is counted out so we know exactly what we're receiving here at Vancouver. They're transported by truck in a cooler, which there's some risk associated with transportation like that, but it's worth the risk for the benefits here at Vancouver to bring them from Washougal Hatchery. The water is warmer, so we're able to raise the chum even faster. We're able to predict when the eggs will arrive based on temperature units, which is sort of a daily count of the degrees and temperature added all together. So as that number increases, we know when hatch will occur, we know when it's time to pick, and that sort of thing. The troughs here at Vancouver make hatch work and incubation work a lot more direct and individual. So we're able to split the eggs out into many different vessels as opposed to larger vessels and get a lot more a good idea of what's going on in each individual basket of eggs. So when the eggs arrive, they're divided based on the take, when the spawn occurred, and then where they will be released to. So there's 2 release locations, one at Duncan Creek and one at Lewis River, downriver from us here. It's a hands-on where you're able to see individual eggs floating around, and you're not limited by an incubator stack above, and there's plenty of working space, and it's much more individualized for each individual fish, really, than based on some of the other systems, the upwelling systems. We have a flow-through system, so in our troughs we actually force the upwelling to occur by blocking that forward movement of water, blocking it and forcing it to backflow up through the eggs in the baskets, which allows them to respirate, and sort of recreating what happens down there in the Columbia as the spring water flows under the gravel there. It's respirating from below and upwelling, and we're making that happen here in our trough room the same way. I especially love this chum program for the reasons that it exists. So generally, in other parts of the world, hatchery programs are meant only to produce a commercial fish for fishermen, where for this type of program, it's science-based, and perhaps these chum aren't providing any direct monetary benefit to anybody, but we're keeping them viable for the sake of it, because we want these genetics to exist. We've inherited these fish from history and from everything that's happened on the Columbia, and they've managed to survive. So we are keeping that going, and that's a good reason to love chum.
We've got several different facets that we're working on. We have artificial chum spawning habitat in 4 different locations from Bonneville to the ocean, 2 down low near the estuary on the Grays and Skamakaway rivers. We have a few more channels up in the gorge on Hamilton Creek and Duncan Creek. So we use those for a few different production monitoring studies, as well as simply providing more habitat for spawning, which is the prime factor leading to the endangered status of chum as habitat loss. So yes, a myriad of different uses for the channels, but most importantly, just providing optimal habitat for them to spawn in. Across the project, using these channels, we can determine productivity estimates on our artificial off-channel spawning habitat, and we also run juvenile traps in main stem habitat as well as natural off-site habitat, and so we can get production estimates that show us the value of different habitat. So ballparking, I would say that our spawning channels can achieve productivity rates of around 50% survival from egg to fry, whereas our natural off-channel sites, I believe, are around 30%. We've got like adult staining capture out in the Columbia on boats. We do a lot of stream surveys. I think this program paired with our artificial spawning channels are the prime efforts towards salvaging the population in the Columbia. So.
We have got to think in the long term. We can't think in the short term. We've got to think about it for all of us, for everyone. You go out, you pray to the moon, you pray to the sun. You talk to them trees. You know, you talk to that water, you see that tide going out, you see that tide coming in. You see the animals all swimming, you know, and you know everything is good when that's happening. When them animals come down to see you and talk to you and then leave and migrate out into the ocean. And they come back again next year. The salmon has to have access to that river, way up into them upper reaches of the watershed where the water's cold. Then they have to come migrate back out to sea. And then they go hit the ocean, they go clean up the Aleutian Islands, and the stars guide them back here. The stars guide them right back to that river. The Indian had everything here. The Indian had his medicine. The Indian had his drums and his music, and he was in art, he was in dance, and he had everything. We knew the white man was coming over the mountain long before he ever got here. And we welcomed him, you know. And what sustained him here? What sustained him? The salmon sustained his life. He was hungry, you know, when he was starving to death, but there was so much food. He didn't know what was poison and what wasn't until the Indian told him. And he didn't even know how to catch fish. He didn't know how to survive. He did survive, you know. But the Indian was the help along the way. We don't walk on this earth very long. And we got a lot of changes that are happening here in this century. And we have to work together and remind each other about what was the past and our history and be able to live together and survive together. Help your tribes and help your people. Be something that you can spend a lifetime helping. And you can make a difference. You can make a big difference in the world, just one person. If you got a thought process of a long, long thought into the next 100 years. So it never stops, it continues on. We've always been told that we got a short time on this earth as we walk. So try to make things better as you walk on this earth.
Yeah, one day I was up there, I saw that, and probably my 20th, 30th time I'd seen this scene before where an old hen, female salmon, I just sat down on a stump to watch this fish, salmon, and the 2 bucks were already dead. There was a third one probably down below, a 3-to-1 fecundity ratio we learned in fisheries. And anyway, this hen, the mother of this red, about 10 feet long and maybe 5 feet wide, a nest where the eggs were planted that she planted, and then those 3 guys, 3 bucks, fertilized. Well, to her, what I thought was her last breath, when I got close to the red, she came up and tried to get in my way. No, don't. Then she dropped over and float down the river. Then she'd come back up and try to defend her nest again. Then finally, for the last time, she floated down and she didn't move. And for some reason or another, that really got to me. I cried for maybe 20 minutes, and the question really was, am I doing enough in my life? Then are we doing enough? And so, because that lady gave it everything she had, and that's her red, and there's like 15 reds in that area, so it's my job to protect those areas. Okay, so I still go with the spiritual strength of that, what you call epiphany or whatever it is. And anyway, I still go with the power of that. Mysticism has the same type of effect on people, but really drives me that, at least for a while I understood the real spirit of that fish that just died before my eyes, but their last movements were to protect her future.
Our early people were people who planned, and I use that word, it was instinctively, it was knowledge at an instinct level of how to prepare for winters, how to prepare for summers. So there was no idleness. Even though we lived in so much, we learned to harvest that much more to get us through those long periods of winter. So we had planning, we call it to the 7th generation, so we didn't make a decision based on what was around us at this moment. We thought of how it would affect our children and grandchildren in a future that we would never know. The people we would never know, but they were going to be our descendants. So we'd plan for them. So we were careful. We were careful how we used this marvelous resources that were all around us in terms of harvesting. We always left something. We, even right up to the time of my grandfathers, we'd take maybe 7 and put 1 back in the water. And I don't know why 7. My grandfather used 7, but he would take, say, 7 smelt, and as he was going through, he'd put 1 back, and count and put 1 back. And the rest were taken to be smoked or fried immediately in my lifetime. But We never took all of the deer. We never took all of the elk. We took basically those that we felt were coming to an end. And we wanted the young to live. And that's how we always thought, no matter what the animal was.
It's so interesting to see how many people and organizations and things are involved in protecting these salmon at Woods Landing. And I hope you all enjoyed seeing so many facets of these programs as a silver lining of having this event virtually. As with the many people that are involved in this, there are many people that helped to create this program. We of course didn't pull all this video together ourselves. All of those wonderful interviews from tribal members were provided by Confluence. That great history overview of the Woods Landing site was provided by Glenn Lamb at Columbia Land Trust. And then the super fun animated video of salmon was provided by Salmon Defense. So thank you so much to those people for providing this footage so that we can get a really good inside glimpse of what's happening in this population. Next up, we have Lori Gordon, who's going to talk with us a little bit about her experiences with the chum salmon at Woods Landing.
Hi, yeah, thanks for having me, Kylie. So yeah, we have a fantastic partnership with Columbia Springs and our other partners. And it was really interesting. So I actually grew up in Eugene and moved up to Troutdale. And it wasn't until I was pregnant with my young son, who's now 16, that I learned that we had the chum salmon so close to home. And when my aunt asked me how I might be able to help, what I might be able to do, I was never comfortable with the prospect of asking for money. I know how important that is, but it was never something I was comfortable with. So I found different ways to get involved. I did salmon education in the classrooms, which inspired kids to do bake sales and fundraisers and garage sales. It was just really, really cool. And I got to put together a website to help spread the news. And with that, all of our partners were able to come together and preserve the property. So it's been a really special thing. And somebody asked me, well, boy, it's a lot of work. You know, what benefit do you get? Well, first of all, I've grown up in nature. I've always been surrounded by nature, and my father always instilled the love of hikes and camping in me. And to be able to come and do my part for my generation, that was the reward for me. So thanks.
Thank you, Lori. We're so happy to have this partnership with you and your family, and a special thanks to you guys for trusting us and letting us have access to this amazing spawning site so that we can all help protect it together. We've had just the most amazing time watching these salmon over the past few weeks.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I really wish that we could all be in person celebrating these chum salmon today. It'd be great to give hugs and handshakes and high fives and really talk with each other. But hopefully this was a good substitute for this year, and we can see you all in person next year. And with that, we're going to get to the meat of what you guys are probably here for, a close look at these chum salmon. Thank you all so much for being here, and have a great weekend, and we'll see you next time.
One of my favorite things about the fall is going to our local streams and looking for spawning salmon. These adults are returning from a long journey from the ocean, and I feel so honored to welcome the salmon back. Some of my favorite places to see spawning salmon are the Lacamas Creek Trail, Washougal Greenway Trail, Louisville Park, and Woods Landing on the Columbia River. Even though adult salmon are pretty good size, they can be hard to spot at first because their dark backs can blend in pretty well. I often hear them before I see them. Salmon drama in the stream. The salmon are looking for a good place to build a nest in the gravel and to reproduce. They're all fighting for the best spot, guarding their territory and looking for a mate. Sometimes a flash of silver catches my eye when a female turns on her side to dig a red in the gravel. That's what a salmon's nest is called, a red. And it's basically a shallow hole in the gravel that the female digs out with her powerful tail. You can see the reds as a clean patch of gravel. And actually the word red, R-E-D-D, comes from an old word meaning to clear or tidy. The female deposits her eggs in the red, and the male fertilizes them. The female may cover the eggs with gravel to protect them from predators while they develop. If you could see inside the salmon's gravel nest, you'd see lots of pinkish orange eggs. Lots and lots of them. Depending on the species and the size of the mom, there can be 1,000 to 10,000 eggs in a nest. Imagine being a salmon egg surrounded by thousands of your brothers and sisters. Looking at a salmon egg up close, you can see through the shell to the developing embryo inside. Aren't they adorable? You could see their eyes and their spines, and you could see them do somersaults too. When the salmon eggs finally hatch, they're called alvin, and they look kind of strange, kind of like a short noodle with a giant orange jelly bean attached to their bellies. That's their yolk, which is basically their lunchbox for the first few weeks. That safety vest orange color makes them easy prey, so they wiggle their way down into the gravel to hide, sometimes up to 2 feet deep under the gravel. When their yolk is almost absorbed, they wiggle back up to the surface of the gravel and begin to swim. When all the pink yolk is gone from their bellies, it's time for them to start hunting. At this point, they graduate from alvin stage to fry stage, and we call them free-feeding fry. Try saying that 3 times fast. The fry are looking for delicious bugs to eat. Most salmon fry have stripes down their sides, which is their stream camouflage. Some species of salmon like coho spend a year in the stream, getting bigger and stronger until they're called fingerlings. But other species of salmon like chum will head straight for the ocean as soon as they can swim. Chum are called the 5-day wonders, reaching the ocean in only 5 days. I've never tried swimming to the ocean from here, but I'm pretty sure it would take me longer than 5 days. That's right, salmon don't spend their whole lives in streams. They actually migrate all the way to the ocean, which is one of the really cool and unique things about them. Not many fish do this, and their whole body has to change to be able to handle the salt water from the ocean. Salmon hang out in the estuary where the river meets the ocean and slowly change to get used to the salt water. This process is called smoltification, so at this point we call the salmon smolts. Once they enter the ocean, the adults lose their stripes and get a silvery ocean camouflage, and they travel around their feeding grounds taking advantage of the free seafood buffet. They'll eat copepods, forage fish, and other delicious items. After a few years, depending on the species, the salmon come back to the estuary and prepare for the long journey back to their home stream. They get their spawning colors, the shape of their snout changes. As if salmon weren't cool enough already, they do a second incredible migration journey upstream, dodging predators, jumping up waterfalls, giving everything they've got to make sure the next generation of salmon has a good home to begin their lives. They stop eating on the return journey, and they stop putting any energy into repairing their bodies from injuries. They can look pretty ragged by the time they arrive back home. When I see salmon returning as spawners in the fall, I feel so excited and inspired. It feels like I'm cheering them on at the finish line of an epic marathon because these fish swam hundreds of miles upstream to get here. I get tired just driving in my car on the way back from Astoria. And I know the salmon that I see in our streams made it back here against all odds. Out of the thousands of eggs in one gravel nest, maybe 2 will make it this far to return as spawning adults to complete this circle of life. Once salmon spawn, that's the end of their life cycle. It seems a little sad, but the salmon's carcasses are filled with ocean nutrients that feed our forests and our streams. Salmon means so much to us. We need them. And they give everything to return to us. And that makes me want to help them. It makes me want to protect their habitat so the next generations of salmon have a good home in our streams. Can you imagine going through the long, hard life of a salmon only to return home and find your stream trashed? No way, they deserve better. These salmon that survived the epic journey back home to reproduce, I was here to welcome back their parents when their parents returned as spawning adults several years ago. And I plan to be here several years from now, when the salmon who are just tiny eggs today come back as strong, incredible spawning salmon, ready to begin the circle of life again.
you you.